Why do you think that NATO does?
Borders of Ukraine and Russia, is it the same situation between America and the so-called Texas still being Mexico? Is it kind of that same situation?
No. Ukraine has been a sovereign country since 1991 and has its own borders. Russia.
What makes you say that Ukraine is not Russia?
What makes me say that it's not?
No. I mean, what makes him say that Ukraine is part of Russia?
Oh, because he's a fucking idiot. Oh, sorry. You wanted him to answer.
Maybe he's not an idiot. Maybe he actually knows something. Maybe it is actually part of Russia.
Well, that's
I mean, if he can back that up,
no way. There's no way the Australian guy knows something that the Canadian guy doesn't know.
Does Russia have, or does Ukraine have, is a member of United Nations? Does Ukraine have its own Olympic team? Does Ukraine have a different money and different language than Russia?
No, they speak Russian.
Bear shit in the Vatican.
They speak Russian and Ukrainian, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's still Russian.
Not all.
Ukrainian, still Russian, yeah.
Is Russian and Ukrainian the same language?
They tell me yes. The Ukrainians, not me. I don't know the fucking difference.
Ukrainian is not the same as Russian.
Okay, got any Ukrainians here? My Ukrainian friends told me it's the same, yeah. So it's like, okay.
It's probably the same difference as Puerto Rican Spanish and Mexican Spanish. Oh, you know, the same Spanish, just different accents.
Right. No, Ukrainian and Russian are not the same language. So if your Ukrainian parents told you that, you should have
friends.
Ukrainian. What is yes in Ukrainian? Is it talk or is it da?
I don't know.
It's talk.
Probably talk.
Ukrainian is da. So that's closer to Polish.
Yeah, it's Polish. So.
Maybe you should do your research.
I speak Polish a little bit, so. Do my research, like I said, bro. I said my Ukrainian friends. I didn't say this is research based, did I?
Research. I think he thinks government research. You know, sanctioned, peer reviewed, everything authorized. He means that's the only information he accepts, not alternative information.
And I would believe a speaker of the language over anything that I would read, anything, because whatever I'm reading. It's written by a dude that speaks English, but if a Ukrainian tells me Ukrainian and Russian are very similar, I'm gonna take his fucking word for it because I can't speak it and he speaks it. So it's like, okay, sure, God.
I just want to state the statistic that in the past 100 years, state-sponsored genocide is the #1 death toll. That's the government killing their own people. Thanks.
And the reasons the laws are made, it isn't because people are doing it. It's because corporations are known to violate human rights, which is why laws are enacted and made. They are the people that are doing the fucked up things. So the same people that are giving you this perceived authority and truth, they're the same people doing the genocide and the bullshit.
I mean, no, man, government is your friend and all that. Don't worry about any of that shit. Whatever the media says is 100% true.
Yeah, if you don't trust the media, what are you, some kind of conspiracy theorist? Like you think that rich people would like get together and like form plans on how to consolidate their power and money? You're a crazy conspiracy
theorist. Like the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913. So, no, that wasn't. Nobody conspired in the train cart of Senator Aldrich. No one was there.
Oh, are you talking about the creature from Jekyll? What is the name of the
Jekyll Island? I got you.
Do you think we're better off believing a guy from Australia who thinks Donetsk is in the east or in the west?
He told you not to believe him, sir. You're strawmanning him. He told you to do your own research, and the fact that you come back like, are we supposed to believe the guy that told us not to believe him? Come on, bro. You can do better than that. Really.
Do your own research. Is Ukraine a country?
Who should we believe? Can you name some characteristics of a person that we should just automatically believe? Being as that you just said that we shouldn't believe this other guy for whatever his characteristics are.
He's Australian, that's why you can't believe him. He's upside down.
Yeah, all the blood's rushing to his head. Obviously.
It's very easy to discredit anyone, right? Because we all have flaws. So they hone in on your flaws and they say, here, because he has this flaw, therefore he is not credible. But you can never give me a description of somebody who is credible because we're all fucking flawed in our own way.
Now I want to DM Vlad and be like, hey, is Ukrainian and Russian very close?
Well, okay. The east of Ukraine is who was being bombed by people in the west of them. So anyway, in text you'll see an uncomfortable article for Chucky, I think. But anyway, go and do your own research, man. That's a 30-second search that I did. So go and do your own research. Don't take Bunky Moon's word for it, or I don't know anything apparently.
Yeah, but it's so easy.
I also know a guy who was a lieutenant colonel in the Australian SAS, who he also reiterated this point. So he may know something about international borders, but who knows?
But it's so easier to defeat you in an argument if I could just straw man you and say, "Are you going to trust this
exactly.
guy?"
Yeah, just because I got something geographically slightly wrong, everything I say now, just don't take any notice of it. I have no credibility in life. Because Kiev is to the west of Donbass, and I said it was in western Ukraine. I misspoke there. My apologies to everyone. But from now on, just discredit everything I say.
Is there a name for that? Like we are aware that
stultification.
What is it?
Yeah, stultification is a tactic where you go, "Oh, are you going to believe this guy? He's a flat earther." Right? Or he got this thing wrong, therefore he's wrong about everything. It's a kind of a combination of stultification and the genetic fallacy.
Okay, stultification. So okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a tactic they use. They've been using it on me for years.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why, like earlier in Jusui, or what's his name? Anyways, Jusui. He was talking about, why don't you, like in public in my life, I don't tell people about flat Earth and stuff because of that. They're gonna lump everything together and you're an idiot. Like, oh, you believe Earth is flat? Well, then you can't construct shit properly. Then you know what I mean? So it's like it would directly harm my business. That's what it was.
Well, that's the reason I go to a new Discord server, and I won't automatically announce that I'm a flat earther. I'll sit around for a few days and debate and make some good arguments and kind of let people get to know me, because I am not a flat earther. I am the I when I say I am coming, right? The emergent being, right? Just because I know that the earth has no curvature because I went and checked for myself, right, doesn't mean that I identify as a flat earther, right? I identify as just a man, right? I can't afford any of your lovely titles and all the special letters after my name and all that stuff. I'm just a man, right? So I go in there and present myself, and then eventually it might come up that someone makes a stupid argument about the globe Earth, and then I'll switch gears and start acting more like a flat earther after I've been there for a few days.
Yeah.
And what does that say about the people that resort to those sort of tactics? Like the audience, right? If they're aware of those tactics, wouldn't they be swayed not to agree with the person using those kind of tactics?
How many logic courses did you take in public school, my brother?
Bro, it doesn't even exist. I don't even think logic is something that could be taught. I just think some people have it and some people don't.
Well, I think
I would say that's wisdom. I would say that's wisdom. You either have it or you don't.
Right, but most people don't know what a red herring is, right? Or a chaff and redirect. Right? Most people don't know what that is, right? So they fall for it when their wife goes, "Yeah, but 5.5 years ago in the summer, you did this and said that, and it really hurt my feelings." Yes, honey, but what does that have to do with the conversation we're having right now? If you want to talk about that when we're done, yeah, we can talk about that. But right now, we're having this conversation. Like, how many people get a divorce because they don't know much?
Yeah, no, because you heard her in the past. That therefore, whatever you're talking about now is irrelevant because her feelings are now the top priority in the conversation. And because you got it wrong, that means you're wrong and she's right. That's the logic they use.
Yeah, you should totally take your wife's feelings into account after you settle the first conversation at hand. And, afterwards say, "Okay, I didn't realize that I hurt you because you've been holding on to this for 5.5 years, waiting for the ultimate opportunity where you saw it, best fit to deploy this argument because I hurt your feelings. Right.
That's
So
a
next
strength
time, just tell me right then instead of, filling up your ammo case, right, for future arguments, because that's.
I'm gonna give you an alternative view, right? Instead of thinking that they might be holding on to it because they might feel a certain way, I would say that they're holding on to it because they want to have one in the chamber, like you said, have nothing to do with her feelings and everything to do with how she can make you feel about it.
Sorry to interrupt. What was the name of the Australian guy?
Not sure. What's your name, man? Aussie dude.
John.
Your screen name.
Joe?
John.
John? Oh, like, is that your
on Discord? What's your name on Discord?
Magna Carta.
Okay, do you see the thing about Zelensky being elected?
Yeah, would you like me to find some stuff that counters that? Well, I can, but you've got to go back, and you haven't rebutted the one above that yet where Ban Ki-moon commented on no borders, no internationally recognised borders, and Ukraine's part of Russia. You've just skipped over that one.
Chaff and redirect. So listen, honey, I know you're going to want to talk about this, but we can talk about it after we settle the first conversation. So don't you worry about that pudding. We'll discuss it once you address the first thing that's brought up.
Let's talk about the first thing first, eh?
To be fair, he did do his research.
Discussion.
He went. Oh, he stood quiet for a while. He did his research, and now that he's informed that he knows the truth, now he's gonna school you on what he learned in the past 2 or 3 minutes he was googling
On this thing that is actually nothing to do with the actual point we were arguing. Yeah. He's gone quiet again.
Yeah, because we kind of deciphered him like Eminem did in that rap battle. He don't got nothing to say.
Jackie, we can unpack the legitimacy of Zelensky's election later. That's fine. I'm not running away from that. But right now, I've posted something that Ban Ki-moon from the United Nations stated about Ukraine's borders. You need to rebut that. Ban Ki-moon, he didn't have much credibility. He just ran the UN for a while. But I'm sure you've got something that overrides that. Hello?
Still here.
Anyway, I've got to go and do some work for a little while. I'll be back. Have fun, boys.
Larry, you crushed him with that pudding comment.
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
It's beautiful to see. I was about to object to it, and then I saw that it had effect.
Yeah, I do hope the Canadian guy comes back because, you know, I want to see if he's honest. Like, is he going to recant and say, you know what, I probably don't know as much as, you know, the former leader of the UN or whatever. Like, I'm curious, is he going to double down?
I think he
Right,
does.
because
Politics, bro. Of course, you can double down. Like it's it's like religion. That's people don't want to be wrong about their opinion, especially in politics. I don't know why.
well, I just wanted to see if he was a man, right? If he's a man, he'll say, you know what, I was wrong about that, or at least maybe I need to do more research.
Well, Larry, would you say that there exists a border between Ukraine and Russia? Would you not just say that automatically?
How the hell would I know? I've never been to Ukraine.
Well, I mean, Russia amassed a presence on the Ukrainian border prior to their attack. I mean, that was what was going on. There are gated checkpoints for people to cross to get from one country to the next. I mean, that's described as the border, right?
Right. So you would call it a border, right? But right now there's a war going on. So the border is obviously in dispute. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah, I would. Yes, I would. But
okay.
that's
so. Is there a border between Russia and Ukraine?
But the claim was made that Ukraine is actually part of Russia.
Well, if that's what he said. If there's Russian troops in Ukraine right now,
I would say Ukraine is occupied by Russian troops, is what I would say.
Well, I would say might makes right in these sort of circumstances. Unfortunately, that's the truth. And if you got the force, right, then your force makes up the law as you go. So if there's Russian military in Ukraine and you want to call it Ukraine, that's fine. But if the Russians are occupying this territory, then I would say that would be Russian occupied territory.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree that it's Russian occupied Ukrainian territory occupied by Russia. But I mean, just to say that Ukraine is actually part of Russia is sort of an odd thing to say.
Well, I heard a version that it was a Russian thing occupied by Ukraine. So Russia is just taking it back from its previous occupiers, which was Ukraine.
Yeah, in history, you go back in history, the borders weren't as defined, and it seems like that actually Ukraine was part of Russia at some point in history.
So,
right?
Am I in Mexico right now?
I don't know. Where are you?
Well, I'm in a place they call Texas, but am I in Mexico right now?
No, there's a border between you and what they call Mexico.
Right, but this used to be Mexico, right? And then we occupied it?
Yeah, it used to be a territory occupied by people they called Mexicans. And then we came in and we drew lines in the sand. We called them borders.
Yeah, after we found, the president hiding in the woods dressed like a woman, right? Then we took it fair and square and then paid them for their land, right?
Yeah, I mean, but regardless, I mean, just to say that there is no border between the Ukraine and Russia is an odd thing to say to me. It's just kind of strange that there's not a line drawn in the sand that defines one piece of ground from the other. I mean, is your yard your neighbor's yard, or do you have property lines?
Well, there are property lines, but at any point, I guess my neighbor could make a dispute. And if he had more guns than everybody else, his dispute might be a little more legitimate. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it might be. But it still goes back to the basic statement that there is no border, but that Ukraine is actually part of Russia. And in today's time, that's just simply not true. That Ukraine was defined as an independent nation, independent sovereign nation. And
so
I mean, they were their own country.
Who's saying that?
Who's saying what?
That there's no border between Russia and Ukraine. Is it
That's
some
what John said, I thought John said that.
Right. Is it some rando, John from Australia, or is it the leader of the UN who said it? Or is it both?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
Right. I think John posted something and said, take a look at this.
Yeah, I
can't. 2 minutes to find it.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm
driving. I can't either.
I'm being inquisitive. I'm not challenging. I'm being inquisitive. So
that's fine by me. I respect the shit out of you, bro. You can ask all the questions you want.
Yeah. I do find it odd to say that there is no border. That, I mean, I would like to know what information there is that would justify that statement.
I think this is a matter of legitimacy, right? And who was giving out the legitimacy? Because if you are an old traditionalist Russian, you would say that there is no Ukraine because it belongs to Russia. But if you are Ukrainian, you would say it is Ukraine because you are a Ukrainian. So it might be just a matter of perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely say I would love to hear somebody do the research. I obviously can't do it right now, but I don't know John very well. But he seems like an upstanding guy, and he wouldn't say, "Well,
John,
the
as
UN guy."
Yeah, you remember F. Evangelist or F.E. I think it's F.E. I can't remember his old name. Yeah, he's a friend of mine.
You mean Banjo?
I consider him a friend.
No.
Okay, well, I don't remember John. This is the first time.
F. Evangelist was his original name, and
I don't know
he's
him
gone
either.
by a couple others since then. He's a real nice guy, though.
Yeah, he's cool. He's old school. He used to hang around here before this blew up. Him and I confuse them a lot with Bandy. They kind of have the same.
Mansell.
Yeah.
They're right. They live near each other, I think. Yeah, I consider both of them friends of mine.
Well, I'm just curious. I believe John posted something to back up his argument. I don't think that he would lie about that. So he believes that he backed up his argument. I would love to see how the other guy is going to respond, because if he's looking at the same thing that John's looking at, and it's a fact, then there should be some sort of agreement if facts were brought into the conversation, right?
Yeah,
I think you're going from where you're going with this. It seems noble, but it also seems like, and I don't mean any offense, but like you're coming from a naive point of view, or it might be a little cynical in my point of view. I don't think the person you're inquiring information from actually wants the truth. I think he just kind of wanted to make a flat earther look stupid.
That's why I'm waiting to see how he's going to respond, because if he responds like a man and says, "You know what? I don't agree at this point, but I need to do further research because this article that you posted says the opposite of what I said," that would be like a good step in the right direction, I think. But if he says, "I completely disagree and I'm rejecting, this," then I might think that's a little more dishonest.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a globie though, so just honesty comes with just giving. Haha.
Well, not all, normies are globetards,
Just trying to be an asshole.
Right. So I honestly think that Left Lane here, I kind of think he's more of a normie, right? I don't see him as a globetard.
All right, that's good. I haven't talked to him much.
Not at all. Left Lane is not a normal. He's not. He's definitely an inquisitive person. He just hasn't committed to the flat Earth because there is nothing backing it, that nothing authority backing it that he could say this, and authority is saying this, so I believe him. So I think he's inquisitive about it. I don't think he's a normie because I don't think normies are able to follow along with these conversations.
You're talking about a dummy.
I think I heard him defend the road several times. So.
Yeah, he's
I mean, no offense, it's not an authority thing for me about the shape of the Earth. It's just what I see it as, and that's one of the things that intrigues me. That we're looking at the same thing, we just see it differently.
So, do you see any curvature in your everyday life?
Yeah, effects of curvature. Yes.
Effects of curvature.
Yeah, like, you don't see it. You don't, like, it's curving away from you, from your position. So you're not going to see a curve like a circle curve. You see things disappear over the horizon, or things coming into view over the horizon as you approach them, and things like that,
So let me ask the question again. Do you see any curvature in your everyday life? Because I think you gave a really long answer for no.
No, I don't. That's what I say. I see the effects. I don't actually see Earth curve. I see the effects of curvature. With my limited view, and yeah, it's a big old ball. You're just not going to see it, standing on flat ground looking around.
Right. So you don't see any curvature unless you see it on TV, right?
So
What?
if you don't see any curvature, how do you know it's a big old ball? You just said that right now.
I see the
just trying
effects. The effects.
Oh,
And it's like
Which is-
going down the road and there's a big long hill. I see cars disappear over that hill, and it's kind of the same thing but a bigger effect, right?
but you don't see the hill in that one. But when it goes over a hill, you see the hill, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I've seen the effects of curvature in many ways, like deep sea fishing and watching all the condos on the beach disappear from the bottom up as we go out to sea and different things like that. It's what I would expect to see on a curve.
Well, you would also expect to see it on a flat stationary plane as well, right? And it's not really intuitive as to why, but if you think about it logically, so if you're looking for the basement, you're not going to see it because it's underground. Well, if you're looking for first floor, you're going to see it because you're right there. But the further and further and further you get away, right, the angle from the top of the first floor, let's say 10 feet above the ground, to the ground, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller the further you get away, right? It's going to be a very acute angle by the time you're like 10 miles away. So would you think that you'd be able to see that, information coming at that narrow of an angle from 10 miles away?
Well, when you look at demonstrations that have been done on kitchen tabletops and across like Nathan Oakley's floor in his magazines, and you think if the effect was such that you could do it over a length of a 3 or 4 foot long table, that you could extrapolate that to 2 or 3 miles away, that shit should disappear 40 feet away from you if what they're demonstrating is true on a tabletop. And that just doesn't happen that way.
But it does if the aspect ratio is maintained, like how big the ship is to your field of view.
Yeah.
Like when you do it like with a coin, you know what I mean? Like on a table, if you just do the same thing, so the ship would have to be bigger. But if you do it with a ship of similar size, it'll disappear in a similar distance the coin would.
Well,
right?
I would just like to point out. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, bro. I'm cool.
I would just like to point out that we've admitted that you can't see the curvature unless you see it on TV, magazines, cell phone screens, etc. Somebody draws the Earth, right? But we know the difference between a model and the Earth, right? The Earth is the dirt that gets in between your toes when you go outside, and then the model of a globe is something you see on TV, right? So how do I connect the dots and see that these two things are the same thing, right? That's the real crux of the question. So what I would expect to see if I lived on a flat stationary plane where the water was level from China to California, I would expect to see that we could see, further than the globe dimensions that were given with the model. And we can. That's what we would expect to see. Now, you're going to say, yeah, but, which is like saying, I don't ever go to gay bars, but on the weekends, right? Which is kind of a weird thing to do, right?
That's a personal anecdote, Larry.
If that's what you want to say.
I don't go to gay bars, but on the weekends.
I can prove that.
That's what yeah, but means. When they say yeah, but, that's what they're doing.
Yep. Or whenever they're about to. So what you mean is that's a straw man every single time. They're about to reformat your words and straw man the shit out of it. So what you're trying to say is, it's like, no, I said that. I'm not trying to say it. I already said what I said. Prerequisites to a straw man. Sorry hot micing.
Oh, it's all good. Yep, sorry about the bell. So yeah, to me, it's like, what is the truth, right? And I've said this a lot of times, and I apologize for saying it again. Truth is that which is verifiable or falsifiable,
Yeah,
right?
one of the
Empirical, right? So it's demonstrable, right? That's what truth is. It's not hypothetical, it's not one of those things. Like if you could imagine the earth as a globe, right? It's none of those things. Truth is,
That
exactly
which
what
it is. That's how I define it.
obtainable.
Truth is.
That truth is knowledge that is obtainable by experience alone. In my humble opinion. But, you can believe whatever you want. Like if you trust men, right? And you don't have any reason to doubt your government, even though the Tuskegee experiment, Operation Northwoods, Lusitania, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you still trust your government after learning about all these things, that's fine by me. Yeah, do whatever you want. You got the right to believe whatever you like.
But I see. I hear that a lot. My thinking of my ground that's beneath me as a planet has nothing to do with any government agency whatsoever. It doesn't matter if they lie every breath that they speak. That doesn't affect how I see my world around me.
Okay, so how did you figure out
think
the Earth was a? Go ahead.
I don't think that they could fool me in that respect. It's just not. I just don't think that they could trick me that way.
Well, it's easier to fool a 5-year-old who doesn't know his a-hole from his eyeball, and that's why they all get like. Never mind. Yeah, it's easy to fool people. It's really difficult to convince someone that they've been fooled. Would you agree with that? It's Mark Twain.
Yeah, that's a good old saying. Yeah.
Right. So you don't see how they could fool your 5-year-old intellect?
Well, I don't have a 5-year-old intellect.
No, not now. Now you have confirmation bias, anchor bias, and sunk costs bias.
No, I'm not. It's not confirmation. It's what I see, experience, and understand within my abilities to understand. Is what I understand it to be.
Experience.
You already said that.
Oh, good. Carry on, Hank. Not bad.
I mean, we look at all these things compiled in the congruence of many evidences that compile that caused me to form my opinion of what the Earth is. The stars, the way the stars move, the north-south celestial poles at 180 degrees from one another, sunset, blah blah blah. All these things together that are evidence of a rotating planet that's orbiting the sun. Is all that stuff together is what forms my opinion of what Earth is.
But you have to admit that it's just the way you think about it, right? Like you think about it as a planet, but you don't experience it as a planet, right? I know you can interpret the stars, you can interpret the sky movements or the horizon, you can interpret it as such, but you wouldn't directly experience the planet in any way, right?
Well, I mean, if you see the stars and you think, how could that be? What's going on that could be that way? And that's just the way I interpret it. What I see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you interpret it that way.
Yeah.
But if you if you can't name one direct experience except for interpretation, that would tell you that you're on a planet, can you?
Well, I mean, everything that you experience, you interpret.
I know, but that's my question. Can you name one thing that you directly experienced that would give you the idea you're on a planet besides the interpretation?
I don't know. That's a very strange question to me.
Well,
Yeah,
everything's an illusion,
I mean,
right? With the planet, with the ball idea, right? We talked about this
no,
earlier.
it's
Like everything,
well,
everything's like
hold
it
on, hold
seems
on.
like
Like,
a flat horizon, but it's not. It's just an illusion, right?
but like some things are evident, right? And then some things can be extrapolated from. Like, isn't that what you're
Yeah,
arguing? Like,
I'm not questioning
you're
that.
saying like it's not evident. Like, it can't be evident that you're on a ball, but it can be evident that the sky is moving.
Yeah, you
Where it
can
can be
interpret it, but it's
extrapolated
not
by
evident.
him to say, "Let me finish. Hold on, wait, hold on." Is it?
I think it's just a
You're
lag.
clipping me every time I try to talk. No, I'm trying to start with this.
Okay.
Fucking being an asshole.
So I go back to classical relativity, right, where all motion is relative, and I can't say for certain that, you know, the Earth goes around the sun or the sun goes around the Earth, right? And if I do that, right, I'm just going off of what I believe. I can't prove it either way. But there are people out there that say, no, you can actually prove it, right? It's like, okay, how? Well, you see, we got these government officials, right? They're funded by taxpayers, NASA.gov, right? And they tell us that. It's like, okay, but how do I do it? Well, you're not going to get the funding that they get, so you technically can't do it. So if I can't technically do it, I can't prove it, then I wouldn't call it knowledge, right? I would call it philosophy.
Religion.
Religiosophy.
Yeah.
Religiosophy.
What's
Religion.
logical about thinking that the Earth goes around the sun, though? Like if all the evidence, like ever, like blatantly shows you that the sun moves over top of the Earth, like I don't know. How would you not know that the sun moves? Right? I mean, yeah, like all the evidence ever shows you the Earth's not moving. I don't know. I don't even see how anything other than that is even somewhat logical.
I think
have
the
like
50
immense
feel like-
evidence.
I don't feel the. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say your like the classical relativity stance is exactly where I'm at. Like, where if you have two bodies in motion, you have to be in a third place to discover which one is actually moving. And we know that, so it's like 50-50. You see the stars move, it's either they're moving or I'm moving. Which one? It's like 50-50 until you figure out other things that you can do to determine that, you know?
Why is it 50-50 though if like the Earth just doesn't move? It's like the Earth doesn't move so much so that like when it shakes some, it's like a big deal. Right? So like what we experience is like it never moves, and then I see the wind blow. I'm like, whoa, the wind's moving. I'm not moving, but the wind is moving. Oh, it just stopped. Oh, now it's going the other way. Right? Like, oh, the ground just shook. Like the earth shook some. It started moving some. Oh, now it's back to not moving. So like, this is the only scenario in like all of life where it's the globe paradigm, where people think it, like what the default evidence shows means nothing. Right? Like somehow it just doesn't mean anything. Right? Like dude, we're conceding to them to even say it's 50-50. That isn't really true, actually. Like,
well, listen to what he said, though. He said, but when you look at all the other evidence, then it's no longer 50-50. That's what you were saying, right?
Correct, yes. I just
why would you look up at the sky to see if the Earth is moving, though, right? Like, it's like a spell. Like, logically speaking, like, you see what I'm saying?
That's just
like,
yeah, like the observation is like stars are moving, right? Let's say you say, well, yeah, man, the stars are moving, and I'm the smart aspect. No, you know what? It's actually the stars are stationary, and we're the ones that are moving. So I'll go and try to provide evidence for that idea. But what visually, like we saw, is just motions of two bodies. But yeah, when you add in the wind and all the other things, it adds up to one side, not the other. But just based on the relative motion,
interesting that like the whole existence of Earth, like all of it, like that was never even like a conversation that was had until like allegedly a few hundred years ago, right? Like there wasn't even a conversation. It's not like you come up out of the ground. Everyone lived underground. They came up and they're like, okay, what's going on up here? And then the first conversation they have, one of the people are like, nah, I think actually we're moving. And you just can't tell. Like for thousands of years, no one ever said that at all. Like it wasn't even a thing. Like all I'm trying to say is I think it's a spell where people think it's like either we're moving or the sky is moving. It's like I don't even think it's 99% to 1, right? Like so it's like I don't know. I don't see how that wouldn't be considered. This is what I look at it like. Anything that is substantiated with empirical evidence is true until proven otherwise. So like the default is 0, it's not moving. They act like the default is that it is moving. That's like kind of insane, right? Like that's got to be some like spell or something.
It is. So if you look at what people believed not that long ago, the majority of people believed that the earth was flat and stationary and all that stuff, right? But then somebody came along and said, but all motion is relative, and the pendulum began to swing the other way, right? And now, allegedly, most of the people believe that it is moving, right? So that's probably not even allegedly. Let's just say most people do. Well, now the pendulum is starting to swing back, right? Because the same argument that brought us into heliocentrism is now being argued that, well, all motion is relative. You don't actually know. So now the pendulum is swinging back on the other side of the argument to where it originally started. And you'll see this happening with politics, the left and right. The pendulum hypnotizes the masses, and that's why there's 2 parties instead of, hundreds of parties, right?
Dude, these people, if the news came and told them that science has proven that, like, you actually transcend time when you sleep, they would believe it. Like if the news told them something, they would believe it. It doesn't matter. Or like that, it literally doesn't matter. If the news and the textbooks or whatever tell them anything, if they say science says, scientists have discovered, literally anything, they'll just believe it. So it's like, how do those people really count? Like as like any type of value at all? Like, I don't know. I think it's such a spell. It's so weird to me. Like if you really think about it, it's like, dude, to ever claim that like everything is actually backwards, to make a claim like that, dude, you would have to prove it. I don't have to prove mine. It's what all the evidence says, right? So like, if you're going to claim that reality is actually a giant illusion and everything is backwards, you have an immense burden of proof at that point. I don't have to prove anything to you, right? Like I'm just saying, it's like me saying like, look, there's a table there. And then you say, and I can go touch the table. And we're touching the table. Look at that table. There's a table there. And you say, no, actually, that table's not there. See, what happens is there's a realm that you can't see that makes it feel like there's matter there. And then that vibration makes it look like there's matter there. But actually there is no matter there. I wouldn't be like, oh wow, this dude came with an idea of how there's no table there, so it's 50-50. Who knows?
No, you can see the table though, right? No.
That's the same thing.
The table
it's a spell that people
there.
don't think it's the same thing.
Right, you're not actually touching the table. You're not actually touching the table. See, the barrier between the nucleus of the atom and the outer parts, where you're not actually touching the table. It's like, yeah, but my brain's telling me I'm touching the table. So it's not 50-50. You're right. Our experience is going to be where we gain the knowledge from. Everything else is imagination, other than firsthand primary knowledge experience. So there is no argument that it is 50-50, I think. I think that when you look at the preponderance of evidence, to quote the smarter guys than me, right, the preponderance of evidence shows that we're being lied to, right? But think about it from Left Lane's point of view. I learned about this when I was in my early 30s, right? Left Lane learned this when he was in his, late 40s probably. So, is that right, Left Lane? Yeah. So he's had a lot more time to get settled in his ways, right? Old dog, new trick. No offense, Left Lane, but that's just how it is. And he has so much confirmation, sunk cost, and anchor bias. We all have that, right? but somehow the flat earthers were capable of overcoming.
Don't make an old dog new tricks fallacy on left lane.
Who cares at all though? Left lane saying the table's not there. So like, this is where the 50% comes from, right? It's like the person says, actually, the table's not there, right? Like, whoop happens, it makes it feel like a matter of blah. Actually, there's no table there. But here's the thing about it. Since this happens and the universe tricks you into thinking there's a table there, if there actually was a table there, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. If there was a table there and there wasn't a table there, it would look exactly the same. So then someone says, oh, 50% chance there's a table there. You see what I'm saying? That's the only place the 50% comes from. Am I like, is my point like coming through? Like, we can see, like I've done this way too much. Like I make this mistake where I say either the sky's moving or the earth's moving. We're conceding their position entirely. Their position says it's 50-50, that you couldn't tell the difference. But reality does not say that. Reality says there's a table there. You see what I'm saying? It's like, oh, well, yeah, actually, there's not a table there. But if there was a table there, you couldn't tell the difference. So it's 50-50. They're the same thing.
You're right. Like you're sitting in a chair. You know if you're sitting in a chair or not. That's just like objective fact to you. But just because the idea of it not being a chair and you not actually sitting on it exists, all of a sudden it's 50-50.
I wouldn't call it 50-50. I would say it would be 100% one way or the other, not a 50-50. That's kind of like, going off half cocked on it.
No, it's the way we treat it. He's talking about the way we treat it. He's not saying it's actually 50-50. He's saying that we give it more credit than it deserves as like a 50-50 option when reality presents itself in one way. And we can totally observe that and see everything that's going on and interpret it the way it is. Then to think of it as the opposite wouldn't be a 50-50, because that takes extraordinary evidence to prove that. Whereas it doesn't take extraordinary evidence just to observe things as they are.
Like where's the limit, right? So it's like, if I can say that here's a theory of why it looks like this, but the opposite is happening, and you could never tell because it's an illusion that makes it look like this, then like I could say anything. I could literally say anything because it's unfalsifiable. It's like when I was debating McToon and I'm like, so do we ever see the actual geometric horizon of the Earth? He's like, there's always refraction. And I'm like, so we never see the actual geometric horizon of the Earth. What do you mean by geometric, the tangible curve of the Earth? Do we ever see the actual curvature of the Earth? No, there's always an atmosphere with it. Are you that dumb? I'm like, so then do we ever see the actual curvature of the Earth? You know, there's always well, he doesn't say no. He just keeps on saying refraction. I'm like, okay. So do we ever see the actual curvature of the Earth? I had to ask him 7 times, and then he ends up saying, you never actually see anything.
Yeah.
So
everything's an illusion.
What can he not say then? What? Dude, this is the only time in history where society has allowed this to even be entertained. Back in the day, you would have been excommunicated. Dude, you're psycho. You are doing nothing for society. You are a crazy person, right? Like you're making up stories that, according to your story, it could never be proven. It can never be falsified. So you bring no value to the table. It's only
and then when there's obstruction, that's definitely curvature. Wait, I thought you said we could never see the curvature. No, that obstruction is definitely curvature. But I mean, it's not really curvature. It's just it's it's like back and like, how can you say it's talking out both sides of your mouth and it requires you to do that to believe the ball?
But he said we never actually see anything. So then, therefore, you can make up any story you want. You can say anything is everywhere, but you just never actually see it. What could you not say exists at that point? You could say there are fairies everywhere. You could say that unicorns actually shoot magma out of their horn at the center of the Earth, but you just can't see them. You could say anything. It's actual lunacy though. It's like it should be like you're not allowed in society. Like that's how crazy it is. Like you get to live or whatever, but like go create your own society. right? Where like you guys don't wear clothes and you think you're a boy, then you think you're a girl, and then you do all stuff. Like go over there and do that because like you're crazy. That's all I'm saying is like they don't deserve us to pretend. Like it's kind of like if someone's a schizophrenic drug addict, are you gonna tell them that like the fantasy stories they come up with is true and their drug habit is actually because they're a victim and they're not doing anything wrong? Why would we do that?
Well, it'd be like that schizophrenic drug addict is seeing these things that are just obviously not there, but then he's calling people stupid for not interpreting it the way he does.
But it's because he's schizophrenic, right? So you just don't let him in the house. Like it's like you understand there's no way to but his argument is you could never prove what I'm saying. Everything's an illusion. It's like, oh, this shows the light came back at pretty much the same time. It shows the Earth's not moving. Well, actually, no, the Earth is moving. But time slows down and physical matter shrinks. So if you try to measure the distance, well, you're not going to be able to tell because it's going to shrink and not just keep shrinking to where it's shorter or a little longer. It's going to be like perfect. It's going to shrink exactly to where it needs to go, to where it looks like it's not moving, where it looks like it's the same distance. Time is going to slow down just so much so that your clock is going to read exactly the same. And if we came up with a new way outside of distance and time to measure it, then they would come up with the new part of the theory that says, no, also this changes. So like, there is no way. This is why Einstein was touted as some type of hero, because he came up with a theory that could not be falsified.
Well, then it's not a theory, right? It's a postulation. In order for something to be a theory, like a scientific theory, it would have to go through the vigorous process of experimentation via the scientific method. So I would say that we got to get away from this word theory unless we're talking about a scientific theory, because in a way we're using the ambiguity fallacy unawares.
I disagree. That's a QE talking point. I don't agree. Like we can colloquially use the word theory. Like who cares? Like I've theorized.
But what is the layman here? What is the normie here when we say, the gravity's a theory?
They hear that, oh, it's an idea that hasn't been proven. That's what the normie hears.
I wish I could.
Gravity's just a theory. They're like, nuh-uh.
I wish I could agree with you, but I remember the arguments from 2015 where people were saying that theories are more proven than laws.
Okay, I don't know. I've never heard someone say that, but
yeah, people actually said that back in the day. So, I guess, maybe it applies to some people and some people it doesn't. But when I hear the word theory, I hear the word postulation, right?
The bigger point, though, is much more important than that. In that pedantic recollection, right? It's like the reason he was touted was because he put forth something that could not be falsified. How does a baller not even care that your worldview is that stupid? It's that stupid, bro. It's okay. Like, it's okay if you don't know it's that stupid. None of us knew that's what it was. It's okay if you believe in the Bible because you were told a version of it that seems to make sense in your mind. You thought that's what it said. But then when you find out what it actually says, and it's something that you don't agree with, or you think it's stupid, to then continue to believe it or pretend to believe it, that's weird, right? Like that's like totally different than not knowing. That's why every time I bring this up to the Glovers, they won't answer the question honestly. Do you think time slows down? They won't answer. Do you think that matter physically contracts so we could never tell if the Earth is moving around the sun? Won't answer. Will lie. Like Genesis 6 says that the sons of God came, took women as wives, and they bare giants, men of old, men of renown. So that's like someone saying Genesis 6 doesn't say that. We opened the book, we showed them that it says that. No, that's not what it means. You just don't understand it. Well, what does it mean? I don't know. But I know it's not what you said it means. Well, here's the Hebrew. Here's the author's original writing in his own words. Here's other letters and books where he went in detail about what he actually meant. And he says that is what he means. Well, no, he thought the Bible was real though. You don't, so you can't bring that up. I don't know. My overall point is that it's like we've been victim to the spell even after we broke out a lot of the spell, where we capitulate to the illusory normalization of their insanity.
Yeah, I agree. That's why when people started saying woke, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. None of us are woke. Like, we're waking up. It's a process, right? But we are still all brainwashed and suffering from the programming. So anyone claiming to be woke automatically knew, like even when woke was on our side, it wasn't hijacked. Like, automatically knew when someone said they were woke, like, no, you're sleepwalking, bro. You're not awake yet. Like, none of us are. It's a process.
Look, we can do it live, right? Are there any ballers in here? I don't know, Schuler. I don't know if you're a baller. I don't know if Adam's a baller. Chucky, I know you're a baller. Chucky, can you help us out? Do you agree that the universe is constantly deceiving us with illusions to make it look like the Earth is not going around the sun, and it could never be proven because the way we would measure it is time and distance, and both of those things constantly change to make it look like it's not moving? How does someone think that makes sense? How does someone, you know what? It's like if you want to believe it's whatever, right? But it's like, how do you pretend it makes me stupid for not believing it? How do you pretend it's a definitive, objective fact that if I don't believe it, I'm stupid? How do you convince yourself to come up with the audacity to say that out loud? That's what I don't understand. That's what I genuinely don't understand. It's like, yo, it's crazy, bro. 99% of the world does not know that, bro. They don't know that. They don't know that what they believe is that time physically expands and slows down and all matter shrinks, so you can't measure the motion of the earth and it always looks like it's stationary even though it's moving. They don't know that. Dude, the ballers in here don't even know. I don't know. I think the answer is you tell your friend, nah, it's your fault that you're on drugs. You're a drug addict. And it's not some disease outside of your control. It's you're being weak and doing drugs. And you're looking for an excuse. And you never take personal responsibility or fully absorb your position with honesty. You're a drug addict. It's your fault. No, you can't stay in my spare room if you're still doing drugs. Right. Now, like, oh yeah, well, maybe it is. Maybe drugs aren't bad.
We were talking last night a little bit about like demonic entities and sort of what's driving all this and everything. It just made me think, like, just listening to what you're saying, like, made me think how, like, in a nutshell, from one perspective, it could be seen that you've got these like demonic psychopaths that are actually doing the deception. They're making the lies, the NASA, just doing the entire globe deception. And they are, who knows what layer of schizophrenia or psychosis they have, psychopathy that they have going on. And then a lot of people that were just like born into this culture, just came out of the birth canal in a hospital somewhere and grew up in the system that is driven by those deceptions. People are then in a way like traumatized by it, by being told that it's true and almost being made schizophrenic in a way. Like there's different layers of schizophrenia. Obviously not everybody who believes in the globe is schizophrenic. However, part of what schizophrenia is the inability to decipher between reality and non-reality and the confusion of that. Like a shaman, for example, can decipher between the different layers and levels of reality, whereas a schizophrenic person is drowning in those waters. Like they're not able to decipher. So in one way, it could be said that like this globe earth deception being pushed by that, and then now everybody in a way who believes it because it was at a young age is now sort of made partially schizophrenic by having a complete disassociation with what reality is and being interjected into this false globe modality. And then there's all of the quote unquote evidences that they think support it, whether it's NASA or different data or whatever it may be. So if they go on Google, they're going to find a bunch of stuff, and then that just reinforces it. And it really is just a belief system that's driven by that, which is connected to a disassociation with what reality actually is. It's like a series of traumas.
That's why I always talk about, what is truth, right? It's truth is that which is verifiable, right? Because a lot of people have a really huge problem, like discerning the difference between belief and knowledge. And I kind of, I never know who's listening, right? So I'm always speaking to the audience, right? And the reason that I'm speaking to the audience is because maybe they've never been given the opportunity to think about it like that. Like every once in a while, I'll say something, someone will say, never thought about it like that. And that's all we're offering, right? We're offering the ability to go, hey, we don't know if this is true, and you don't either, but you can look at it like it's true, but it's really psychosis. Like, if you say that you live on a spinning water ball, that's not something that you have primary firsthand knowledge of. You saw it on TV, right? But if you say you believe it, like Left Lane, well, that's fine. You believe whatever you like.
Yeah, well said. That's a good point. And how many people are kind of conflating those in a way, like the belief with the knowledge, and then making that leap, like basically something that is a belief, they're then leaping and calling it absolute fact and knowledge. And then in some cases, asserting it, pushing it, debating it, using ridicule, all these different tactics to try to assert that. Whereas really it's a belief that's even behind it. It's not even coming from a firsthand knowledge, claim. I mean, if it was, at least they would have a little bit more ability to assert that. But yeah, it is kind of a conflation of those two.
The only people that can claim to have firsthand knowledge would be the astronauts that went to the moon, right? So they might claim that they have firsthand knowledge, but I don't believe them, right? But so what do you do with that, right? Well, I don't trust in men, right? If there's one thing that you can trust men to do, is to be like deceptive and greedy, right? So I don't trust men at all whatsoever. Like if somebody tells me something, cool story, bro. Like what's it says? And I think that's all it is. It's just imagination, unless you have firsthand primary knowledge experience.
Well, like it's a crazy level of like delusion, because it's like, not only do you believe, like blindly believe a story that's antithetical to like all evidence, but you actually ridicule other people if they don't agree with you. So it's like you're that confident in your position, right? That's the part that's very interesting to me. It's like, that's like, where did you get this confidence from?
That's where getting into like, it's like demonic spirits and things, because it does seem like it's like a form of a demonic possession in a way. Like, I'm not calling everybody just demonically possessed that believes the globe per se, but like there's perhaps some part of their psyche, especially the ones that are defending it to that level. Like it's pretty wild. It's almost like they're possessed by the lie and then defend the lie like a soldier. Like they defend it like a soldier and will do anything for it, and then will use any tactic they need to batter people back into that lie.
Right.
I wouldn't say demon. I would say ideological possession. I would say ideological possession is better fitting, in my opinion. And the reason for that is because when you talk to somebody and you can kind of predict what they're going to say, right? You can see that they're possessed, right? So they're possessed by something. Now, whether it's a daemon or not, who knows? But I think it's really important to listen to what people say and actually analyze what they're saying, even yourself. Like, watch what other people say, because you kind of spot people. Like, there's only so many different types of people. And like, say you come across like a staunch Republican and they're talking to a staunch Democrat, like a true authoritarian leftist. Like, you can almost predict what they're going to say to each other, right? One's going to be parroting, Fox, and one's going to be parroting the Communist News Network, CNN, right?
Like, I don't think you can call it ideological possession as much because, like, they actually don't truly know the ideology they're defending, right? So it's like there's something else, right? Like, it's like, I don't know. I think it is nothing more than as simple as they have to conform to majority. And it's like the idea that you would be looked at as stupid is a huge fear for them. If the idea that a lot of people would consider you stupid, you know, is like this thing that they're like deathly afraid of. You see what I'm saying? Whereas, like, if I raised my hand in school and like said something that challenged the lesson, I never really cared if everyone like thought I was stupid or whatever. I'm like, no, I don't buy it.
Yeah, me
don't,
neither.
Don't you remember them telling us that like there are no stupid questions? Like that was always like something that I remember that I was repeated. Like, oh, come on, everybody! Now that there are no stupid questions. Okay, so why is it that we don't feel the spin of the Earth? That's a stupid question. Basically, is how it goes. Like, there's like some simple things that are totally don't make sense. But if you ask about those questions, then it's a stupid question.
Oh yeah, in 2015, everybody knows that we live on a spinning ball Earth. Well, how do you know it? We just know it. It's innate. Like turtles going to the ocean.
Well, that's what they say. They say everybody knows that. Everybody knows that the Earth goes around the sun. Everybody knows that gravity pulls us around the sun. But like, Peggy Hall made a really good point in our summit. She's like, you don't have like basic objective things constantly being shoved down your throat as forms of like affirmation or confirmation, right? Like, we have like this increments we call days. Like we have a 24-hour period, right? And like it happens all the time. You don't see commercials and press runs and all kinds of like media propaganda and brainwash like constantly shoved down your throat to convince you that there's this like 24-hour period. It's just like what it is. So no one needs to like constantly convince you of it. No one has to say everyone knows. Yeah, everyone does know. You don't have to, like, no one would ever say everyone knows there's 24 hours in what we call a day, right? It's like they don't do that with just the Earth. It's constantly being pushed on you in movies and music and with the lyrics, and for decades with all kinds of claims from the government about what they're doing with textbooks and universities and scientific communicators on mainstream media. And it's like memes, textbooks, the thing that the baby lays in that's got a solar system above them. They like children's books about the solar system. Just look up like baby toys, solar system.
Mobile.
Baby books, children's books, solar system. Why does it have to be constantly put in your face and shoved down your throat if it's just like an objective, undeniable fact?
Agreed. There's no, anti 24 hours and pro 24 hours arguing on the internet. If the time of the day actually changed, which I believe it did, like people would just still agree that there's 24 hours in the day, even if the length of the day changed.
Like that right there tells you that it isn't just some like undeniable objective facts, right? Like, so it's just very interesting. It's like that's how it's portrayed by the people that defend it. And it's like, okay, so why are you doing this? Like, well, before we get into that, it's like, okay, do you agree? So you think this is happening? And it's like, it's the ramifications of them claiming that's what the Earth is, right? Like, oh, so you think this is happening? No one said that. That's not what the globe model says. That is literally what it says, though. This is here's all the evidence, here's what it means, here's why, is what it says. No, that's not it. So you don't know what you believe yet. And that's cool. It's whatever. People have like unjustified beliefs all the time, right? It's like Well, why? How would you make the leap over to where you're so positive about it that you would like ridicule people or like stalk them for years and call them stupid or whatever?
It's the conflation with anything that's deemed science. That just using that blanket term as like, if you deny this about this part of of quote unquote science, then you're denying all of science. Because these people, because there are things that we can't see, like radio waves or whatever. Like they realize that there's things that like the eye cannot see, but are there, and that's provable, right? But just because of that, then there could be everything's an illusion, right? Because of that one very small part of science being true. So if you're denying what they're saying about space, you're denying all of science. That straw man is just so hard to get out of people's head to start with.
I really like the Bible analogy. Like I said it on my tour a lot. I think it's like someone telling you that the Bible's real, and they know for a fact it's real. Anyone that would dare question it is stupid. It's just objective. How would you not know that? Wow, you're like the stupidest people in society. You're so stupid and dumb. You're an idiot. Blah blah blah. You don't believe in the Bible. It's just objectively true. You're so stupid. Ha ha. And then they think that since they believe in the Bible, it just automatically makes them smart. And then you're like, okay, fair enough. You believe in the Bible. Like, well, what do you think about what it says here in Genesis? And then they say, oh, it doesn't say that. I don't think it says that. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say that in Genesis. You show them Genesis and it says that, and they're like, oh, well, I never read Genesis. I haven't like really read the Bible. Like, people smarter than me wrote the Bible. So I know what it says in Genesis. I studied it. It doesn't add up based on what people say it's claiming to say. But you haven't read it. But you know it's true. It's like, why would I care about your opinion that the Bible's real if you haven't read the Bible and don't know what the Bible says? That's literally what happens with the globe. They don't know. Just ask them, do they think time slows down? You think if I went the speed of light, I would experience timelessness? This isn't just some random, like, gotcha. This is like the glue of the whole idea of the earth moving. Like, it's like the glue. You know what I'm saying? It's like when I was talking
Yeah,
to
that was so
Left
funny
Lane,
when you were in here. Yeah, when you were talking to Left Lane, I was just gonna say that with Ruhif coming in saying that all he needs is the downward acceleration of gravity. That's all he cares about. I clipped that. I'll post if you want to rehear that. It was so funny.
Well, like even when I was telling Left Lane about the laser rangefinder, and I'm like, according to the globe, like when you shoot that laser in one direction, even though it takes time to tell you the distance, it was actually a greater distance. Like if I shoot the laser finder at the wall, it's 10 feet in a room. I turn, I hit the other wall, it's 10 feet. When I hit the other wall, it's actually greater than 10 feet. And it actually took longer for the laser to get there and back because it was longer distance. But since the Earth is moving, which is what causes it to be different that one direction, the time actually slowed down. So it tricked the laser into thinking it was the same amount of time, and the room physically got smaller. So it looks like it's 10 feet in both directions. That's literally what the globe model says. So like you're going to go measure a room to do construction. It's like, lucky us, time slows down and matter physically contracts so we can build our room with the same distances. So I can cut the wood at the same length. And he told me that wasn't true and there's no way that's what it is and that's not what it says. And it's like, so even he knows that like that's absurd, right? Like he knows intuitively like that's an insane idea. So how do we get to where we break through to where they fully actually like accept what it is that they believe? And there is no way, I don't think there's any way to do it unless someone makes the conscious decision to truly want to reconsider what they believe. Like, I don't think there's any way. You said you clipped it. That's long, man.
That's
An hour
why.
and 8 minutes.
That's why I was waiting for the Canadian guy to come back. I was waiting to see if he was gonna, read the article that was posted by the Australian guy and see what he had to say. I'm hoping that even though this guy is disagreeing with us, that he might say, okay, maybe I need to look into it further, at least, right?
I don't know. Yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah, there's another funny thing. When you guys were talking about everything's an illusion, here I'll paste the list of all the illusions that you have to accept as a baller. From when you guys are talking about that, everything's an illusion. Star trails converging and diverging, illusion. Laser hitting mirror across the lake, illusion. Selenite neon eclipse, illusion. See too far, illusion. Don't see far enough, illusion. Every sunset, illusion. Seeing Chicago from Michigan, illusion. We see the hull of a boat too far away, illusion. Sun moving in sky, illusion. Stars seeming close, illusion. Stationary Earth under under all plane travel, illusion. Stationary level plane 24/7 every day of your life, illusion. Moon seems close and local, illusion. Sun seems close and local, illusion. Both the sun and the moon seem smaller than the Earth, illusion. Sun and the moon seem the same size, illusion. Parallel lines of sight due east positions along the equator, illusion. Horizons look like a straight line, illusion. Plumb bob perpendicular to the horizontal plane, illusion. Two separate star trails seeming to go clockwise and counterclockwise in the sky, illusion. Perspective seems to create obstruction from your angle of vision being closer to the ground, illusion. And you should add to that list, anybody.
Yeah, I would add, you see the Earth globe model on TV, reality.
Yeah, every media production that has anything to do with some kind of space travel. Fact. Any kind of depiction of a globe that you can't experience whatsoever. Fact. Yeah. How do you know you control the world? Well, when 99% of the people are convinced that their reality is the opposite of what it seems in every way. That's how you know you control the world.
They think that I don't know. I think the most important thing, the most efficient thing to do is literally find some of the most absurd claims and then make them say they believe it. If they won't say they believe it, if they won't acknowledge that's what their model claims, all right, I'm sorry, bro, I can't talk to you because I need good faith, I need intellectual honesty or something because there's really no point in having a conversation. If we're gonna have a debate back and forth without good faith, we could debate about everything in the world, and it could be toxic and never end. All right, so it's I don't know. I really, obviously, you guys can tell, I really like the time and the matter shrinking thing, but there are plenty of them.
So what you said about the Bible, totally accurate. I used to tell people that the King James Bible is the inner word of God, right? And then I read it. I read most of it. And the part in Leviticus 19 through 21, somewhere in there it says we're supposed to stone rabbis' daughters. That's the last thing I want to do. And I get it, I'm not in the jurisdiction. This isn't ancient Israel. But to me, I don't even know if I would do that if I lived in ancient Israel. That'd be the last thing I'm trying to do.
Wait, it says do what?
Something along the lines of, if a rabbi's daughter is sexually promiscuous, you're supposed to stone her. Something like that.
Well, you kind of went out. Sounded like you said something about sexual something and stone them.
Your mic's pretty bad right now, Hank. You got some background noise and it sounds pretty bad.
Sorry, I'll be quiet.
I mean, the Bible's just a good example because it's like a religion, right? Like, there's like a religion called Christianity. And I actually believe it. I believe the scriptures are like contain the truth and are super messed with and stuff, and there's books missing. But you know, if there's something in there I don't doesn't resonate with me to be true, I don't just like baselessly defend it before I even know what it says. That's weird.
It's a similar similar way of stating it, maybe, to say, like, if someone says, "Oh, you don't believe in Christianity," that means you don't believe in God, right? Like totally different things, but it's similar to the way they use science. You know, you don't believe in space travel, you must not believe in science.
But just yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to drive home, it's like you hold no position to critique someone and even ridicule them for not believing what you believe when you actually don't know what you believe yet. That's so insane and unfounded, you know.
I posted it in the chat.
So Peggy Hall is impressive, huh? She came out full flat Earth.
Yep.
That's huge. She's got, over 100,000 subscribers. How'd the whole thing go? Any other highlights you want to talk about?
It was super dope, honestly. Like, almost everyone's presentation was dope. Marty Leeds, like, ladled gravy, dude. About the square and the circle. And it was crazy because I was like working on my presentation, and like what he said in his, like, mine built on that perfectly. It was really crazy synchronicity about the square and the circle, and so the Masonic symbol of the compass pointing up, or like being on the top. It's because like there's like the circle representing the heavens and then the square representing the earth. And then and so when you try to work those out, right, like mathematically, you get a triangle, and that's what the pyramid represents. And it's like basically the like the imbalance between the two is what gives you the pyramid of energy, which is what I was covering, which is like there's pyramid of energy in the sky, and then like right around Polaris would be the all-seeing eye. That's referenced to. That's why you have the depictions of all the energy coming off of the all-seeing eye, and then above the pyramid, blah blah blah. But and he also pointed out that like it's like he pointed out why 7/11 is such a big number in occultic practice, and that's actually what 9/11 is, because of course September is the 7th month, so that actually happened on 7/11, right? Like not 9/11, it was 7/11. So, like Dece is 10, but we call December the 12th month, blah blah blah. And then David Avocado Wolf was like melted my brain. It was so awesome. Like, it was incredible. What that dude knows is insane. I talked to him behind the scenes too. Dude, just like a freaking encyclopedia. He's like, "Oh, you're in South Carolina? Here's everything that's native to South Carolina." It's like crazy. Very smart dude. And then Amanda Vollmer also, like, she talked about structured water, and it was super dope. Most of the presentations were dope, honestly. And then Conspiracy Music Guru performed some songs live, and that was dope. So
nice.
I think all around it was really cool. Yeah.
I'm totally not familiar with David Avocado Wolf.
What's up?
I'm totally not familiar with David Avocado Wolf.
Dude, I don't know why. He ladles gravy, dude. Like, it's like crazy. He talks about like,
do you have a YouTube channel?
No, he got kicked off YouTube.
Oh, okay.
He got kicked off YouTube, but he's so big that he's got like 100,000 people on his Telegram.
Okay.
Which is insane, right? Like, that's insane.
I'll look for him on there.
Yeah.
Has he been flat earther for a long time? Like, has he been like a notable flat earther that I just missed, or what?
He's been a flat earther for a while now, a few years.
Oh, okay.
Like
what was his work originally?
He doesn't like make content just about flat Earth. His thing is like he was like really popular long before that about he talks about like natural health and stuff like that. Like, dude, like
is he a Matrix Groove Show?
I don't know
what he is on. That's the only thing that comes up with his name on Telegram. Huh. Which would make sense because a flat earther recommended that. I've been a member of that channel for a while. Anyway, cool.
Look, I'll find it. I'll find it and give it to you in a sec. But yeah, he's cool, man. He's actually banned from Australia, I heard. They kept getting like booked for like different speeches and conferences and stuff, and Australia ended up banning him. Like from the country.
From the country?
Yeah, he's banned from the country.
For what?
Literally just like talking about natural health.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That doesn't tell you something.
Crazy, man.
Cool. So a couple weeks and it'll be free. That'd be awesome.
I think so. Like a couple of weeks.
Speaking of strawmans, yeah, there was a little clip. Not to bring this up, but what is this whole thing about you and all these, this the strawman idea that you now are confirming the Cavendish experiment, as well as Jaron and whoever else is on the list, David Weiss, saying that the Cavendish is science or something like that's like the whole thing on Nathan's show he was presenting. What? Yeah, that's the way it was stated.
Oh. I don't know. I don't care.
What? Yeah, I know you don't, but what?
Yeah.
Like, where did that idea even come from?
Cavendish so many times, dude.
Right?
They don't even get into the specifics. They just hand wave it. I bury it way more effectively than they ever do.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe because you're giving an idea, like you're giving it confirmation by saying that the effect could be something else, like the static.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're trying to take and twist to say that I'm like saying it's legit.
Yeah.
But I say all the time, it's actually super inconsistent, and there's a variable there that would cause that. Everyone knows that does it, that like it'll go all over the place. You have to control for electrostatics the best you can to even get it to not just go like everywhere.
Yeah, that's a really weird thing to go out on a limb and claim that this is the claim when it's not at all the claim.
Dude,
like
they've been doing that very thing for like 4 months or something. Like I don't know. Me and Jaron literally just don't care. Like, I mean, yeah, people told me they were like talking about me a lot again, but I don't care.
Yeah,
they have
somehow
nothing
David Weiss
else.
is on
They
that
don't
list
have
now.
anything to talk about. It's just like how anti-flat earthers, they have nothing without us. No one would ever watch McToon. No one would ever watch B-Ball. No one would ever watch any of these people. Not even Professor Dave. He got famous because of flat earth. Like, it's similar to that. Like, they don't have any content really now without like obsessively talking about like globe busters and me and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah.
I think it's super lame.
Yeah.
I can't listen to it, man. It's like such a low vibe, bro. It's like someone would be like, dude, you should hear what they're saying about you. I'm like, you're the one that still listens to it, right? Like you're the one that still listens to the low vibe. It's like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like I don't care. Like if I go click on it for a second, I hear a couple minutes, I'm like, oh, not only is this like incredibly boring, it's just really lame and like low vibration.
Right. Yeah,
News
and
hosts are
repetitive.
pretty incredible.
So repetitive too, like the whole horizon and the obstruction and like like you were saying the other day, we could talk to these guys like for hours about like angles of elevation and whatever like for hours. But then if you just pin them on what they truly have to accept for their paradigm to still exist, it's over.
I think it's more like the only reason I can think that they like got back to like obsessively talk about it was for some deluded reason, they thought they were going to intimidate me away from talking about like electrostatics in the ether. And I just went and did my presentation at Flattoberfest about the ether in depth. And like I still constantly talk about the two things. I'm doing my debate against the professor and I'm bringing it up, you know? So it's like, oh, we didn't bully him and scare him away from talking about it. Like, let's just keep going. Like some deluded version of reality where they're going to like actually, you know, like when I do look at it, when someone tells me, insists I look at it, it's like, I'll hear stuff like this, like QE, like talking to me, like he's like, he knows I'm watching or something. He's like, in your next show, I want this and this and this. No questions asked and all that stuff. And it's like, what? Like, how many times have you been saying stuff like that? Because I don't watch you. You know what I mean? Like, do you really think I'm like over here obsessively watching FED and QE? Like, I literally don't watch them at all.
Yeah, just that was such an eye opener because it wasn't just about whether it could be proven scientifically. It's the fact that they wanted to take it off the table as if that is not even a topic of discussion when it's so historically important for the very conversation we're having, regardless if it's provable, regardless if you think it's a thing or not a thing. The fact that the science dealt with this intensively to reify the globe. And if you don't realize that, and if you don't talk about it in that context, then you're not even understanding this discussion. And one of the most important parts of it.
Well, regardless of what you think about it. The smartest flat earthers, I think there's an ether. Like the smartest ones, right? Yeah. Like Michael Brenner.
Right.
If you're smart and you do research and you really like look into a lot of the physics, like you realize the only reason the ether is being ignored is because it can't be there if the earth is spinning. Well, you realize we don't have that problem, so you can re-examine it as a framework now of physics. And it's like it's the only thing that really makes sense. And the smartest people that really do diligent research realize that every single time. Anytime you find someone that's like really smart, that's going to be doing like in-depth research about it, they're going to come to the conclusion that it seems like there definitely is an ether. So I was like, well, I don't care what they say.
Yeah, it's a crazy position to take, and just yeah, like I said, regardless of what you think about it, it's a crazy position to make it like a non-talking point, regardless of anything about confirming it. Just like we can't even talk about the context, the importance of it. The turning point was based on that.
Yeah, I mean, I had multiple people come and tell me they were talking about me again. I was sitting beside Kai, and I'm like, "Yeah, let's just do an experiment of sorts, right? Let's just click on it, and it's like 3 hours long, you know. Let's just randomly go to the middle, like random place in the video, and see. Surely they're not going to be talking about me. Like, all right, when we go do a random, and sure enough, they're talking about counter space and incoherent dielectric acceleration, and how stupid I am for saying that. I'm like, what are the odds I just randomly go to like an hour, 7 minutes in the middle of this video? And, you know, I'm like, yikes, bro. I feel bad for them.
That's exactly what I did. Like I heard someone mentioning it to you on here, so I went and looked, and I just like skipped through it until I heard some bullshit. But at the very end, in fact, maybe it was yesterday or the day before or something. But yeah, at the very end, he just has this rant where he includes like anybody that has, you know, that's listening to David Weiss, please unsubscribe from his channel. He's lost a lot of viewers. He's taken a lot of flack and all of this, you know, but these people are deceiving you. They're deceiving you. Like putting him in, like basically like painting like David Weiss and you and all Globusters as like worse than the ballers, you know, like for the lies that they're spreading. And like, wow, man, doubling, tripling down on something that doesn't even make sense to do. It's not even the claim.
He's coming at David Weiss too.
Yeah, he's coming at David Weiss. He's on the list now for somehow reifying the fucking Cavendish.
Well, you know how like his big call to fame is that Eddie Bravo like said that he was one of his favorites, and they play that all the time. They talk about it all the time. They make a meme that they play on their video or their shows all the time about Eddie Bravo, right? Well, you know, Eddie Bravo was just chilling with us Q&A in the summit. So it's like, like stuff like that makes them mad. Where like me and Jaren are just ignoring them. We don't care. We're just trying to do like epic stuff. And, they're just like mad. So who cares?
Over here now.
Yeah.
Right. So the whole thing with the swinger effect, they recently pulled some particles out of a vacuum. So I'm curious to all the people, that are following QE, did they pull it out of nothing? Right, because that would be a violation of the first law. And if they didn't pull it out of nothing, where did this particle come from?
What do you think the rebuttal will be?
That they didn't do it. It needs to be retested. It just came out, so in a few months somebody will try to repeat it and it'll be falsified.
No, this is the rebuttal. There's no such thing as a vacuum.
They still have the particles out of, maximum nothingness.
There's no such thing as a vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. So that's my point. They will never actually specifically respond to it. They will just dismiss it with there's no such thing as a vacuum. Okay. Well, what can you do? And then you say, so are you claiming that, based on the assumption of particle physics and then what that vacuum chamber has in it, how little's in it, that the particles are like expanding or like replicating or like they're becoming more powerful or like, no, I'm not making any claims. I didn't say anything. I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying there's no such thing as a vacuum. So it's like, okay, so like, what's going on there though? It doesn't matter. I'm not making any claims. I don't have to make any. There's no such thing as a vacuum. So it's like, it's such a waste of time. It's like debating with anti-flat earthers is a waste of time. Debating with a QB and Oakley is a waste of time. Debating with people on Facebook talking to me about anti-Semitism is a waste of time. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not listening to the logic of what you're saying. They're not patient enough to really hear out your position, really think about it, and then try and respond honestly. They're only trying to win or smear you or down you, or like make you feel bad or like gaslight you. That's their only objective, is to phrase it in a way that makes everyone else think that you're stupid and beneath them and that they can virtue signal basically, right? So it's like, I don't know, just pointless. Like even if someone's interested, it's like a complicated conversation. It could take a while. It's like a lot of information to sift through. Right? Like the last thing we should do is be like, these people that are never going to have the honest conversation should get all my energy. It's like, yo, Kai checked me, bro. She's like, these people are like miserable. Like they live in like a really toxic realm and like they're miserable and like you're giving them so much of your energy and attention. Like you have to realize that it just doesn't matter. Like they're just gonna get super mad the more that your channel grows and the more that you continue to like do stuff that's pretty epic, and who cares? Like just it's literally pointless. And she's right. You know what I'm
saying? What's it? If you ever run across in your studies things about the superfluid and super solid, send it my way, will you? I've come to a place where the research is limited. A lot of the places are locked that are doing this research, I think, because it's so new. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can't just Google it and come up with the people that are doing it. When you find out who's doing it and you try and contact them, it's a dead end. Weird.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, like you have to have like academic accounts and stuff.
Right. You have to pay for a lot of them, which I think it's kind of stupid. Someone's got the information already, so why pay for it? If you run across it, no special effort. Just you see something, just send it my way. It's interesting to me. I think that's coming, right? 10, 15 years, that's going to be a huge topic that we're going to have to deal with.
What do you know so far about it?
basically, what I've heard is that it could be the medium we're looking at. It's one possibility, and if it is, they totally have to redo, all their observations and how they came to their conclusions because of the medium they thought they were looking through. And also in the gravity realm, like in that talk with dark matter and dark energy, it is the mass that they need to make their gravity somewhat work. So those are the two major, good, whatever, big things. It's frictionless. It defies known physics and all that, the simple stuff that they're learning, but it's so brand new. They don't really, I think, you always get maybe half or a third of what they really know about it. They don't want to look like fools, for one, and then they don't want to give out a huge secret, you know what I'm saying, that they may be able to use to make money with or whatever.
Yeah, I hear you. I just realized super means above, like the water's above.
Yeah, and also it's helium seems to be helium 3 and 4 or some of the main components that they replicated with here in a lab. So if we're saying that helium goes up, above and then may, under pressure and temperature turn into this superfluid. And it's also, you look into it at the blue color, the frictionless environment that you would need for these objects to go in to reach speeds. And then you look into the locking, the quantum locking type stuff that could happen with superconductors, which oxygen can be that. I mean, it's, the magnetic realm, everything kind of goes with it. So it would explain a lot. And then they just came out with super solids, which is basically a superfluid solid that matter can be held back, right? Like, so that's pretty new, but it's also frictionless. Pretty cool. I mean, when you see it being done in a lab, it's like a boiling point, and then it becomes really clear and really still, like no movement, and it's frictionless, and it'll start climbing the walls, defying gravity, and dripping through the beakers, and just some weird stuff.
Yeah, some really weird stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's like anti-gravity or anything. I'd say it's like it has. I'm kind of speaking out my ass, but how water is sticky? Like it's actually kind of a sticky substance. You know what I mean?
See where you're going, but it's totally different than water. You can't think of it as the same. And it also, I lost my train of thought. There was one more thing that they said that it does that was really neat, but it'll come to me. But yeah, it'll definitely climb the walls of beakers, and also, it can be a perpetual motion. Once it's set in motion, it doesn't stop. So
that's crazy, man.
That's a perpetual motion machine, right?
Yeah, as long as you can keep it cool, of course, which is the hard part of keeping the heat from getting in.
Well, if that is happening above us, right, and the helium is going up there and being put into this type of pressure and temperature where it does turn in, to a superfluid, then, voila, basically, voila is a broad term, but, there might be more to it. But in a lab, that's what they're doing,
Yeah. Hey, guys, have you ever heard of a cold laser?
Yes.
Well, I heard someone talking about it, like they're trying to sell some sort of like peeling device or whatever, and they're talking about purifying your blood by shining a cold laser on the bottom of your wrist, attached to some sort of frequency machine or whatever. But that's whatever. I don't expect any of us to know much about that, but just cold lasers in general. What's up with those? What's different about them versus a regular laser that'll burn you?
Well, I'll let someone else tackle the cold laser, but the frequency and pulse on your wrist is something that's been around for a long time. Like I even have bracelets on my boat that we put it on people that get motion sickness, and if you put it on your wrist, the frequency that it generates settles your equilibrium down. So the wrist, that point seems to be a point of contention when you're talking about frequency and how it controls your body or whatever. But someone else that knows about cold lasers more, go watch what was it, Weird Science maybe.
So
Yeah, I haven't even. Go ahead.
I've seen this thing, Dr. Bob Beck in the 90s. He came up with this protocol to treat something. I don't want to say, I'm not sure what I can't say, but the Dr. Bob Beck protocol, according to him, is electrolysis with the wrist. So they're shocking the blood in your wrist, and that kills the parasites. And colloidal silver, he talked about drinking it. And then when you do that, then you get the EMF pulse, and you wave the wand, electromagnetic pulse generator, and wave the wand around your lymph nodes, and that gets all the parasites that are hiding in your lymph nodes. So one thing you learn is that if you're on medication and you take it once a day, wait 24 hours after you take the medication before you do the blood electrolysis, because what it does is it opens up your cells. And then after you take it, then we can take the medication. I'm pretty sure that Bob Beck Puritan thing is still around. As far as the cold light, I don't know a lot about that.
Hey, Larry, your mic sounds like it's inside your coat or something.
Sorry, is this better? No? How about now? Is it better?
For a second there, it was better when you said it the first time.
So,
it's like a lot of, it's warbly. Just go back and listen on the YouTube or something. Try it again, whatever it is. It sounds like it's inside your, it's like muffled. We can still understand you. It's just really bad reception or something.
And cold lasers are used for therapy more because they won't burn you, but it's not much different. It's just a lower level laser like output. My dad had mesothelioma, and they were going to do a laser treatment to attack the cancerous cells. They decided not to, but they have different therapies and treatments that they use these lasers for. They're not intrusive to other parts of the body. Like some parts can handle the laser and some parts can't. It seems that cancerous cells, you can pinpoint them with a laser and it destroys them. I think it's fairly new.
I just did a quick search for it, and seems like everyone's talking about it as a treatment for carpal tunnel and wrist and pain relief sort of thing.
Well, using what they call cold lasers, but lower level lasers to burn tissue and blah blah blah, and not just destroy other parts near it. It's been around for a while. It's just fairly new in the overall picture of things.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
So, last thing on the frequency thing, the royal right machine, I think is about frequency. So, there's so much stuff we don't know about. I mean, I remember getting stoned by a bunch of girls, and my parents, they put tobacco in the things. And that didn't really work, but when I got older, I got the internet, I got stung by wasp. And Tabasco completely neutralizes the pain. As soon as you put the Tabasco on, it's like, oh, that burns. Oh, no. It's like you get stung. Um, obviously this isn't medical advice, but when I get earaches or children get earaches, my grandmother would always heat up olive oil to like 100, 105 degrees, not hot, but like lukewarm. And you put it in
Hey,
the
Larry, your
bowl and
mic's
stuff.
pretty bad again. Your mic's really bad again.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can't understand. I think he said his grandmother was putting warm olive oil, maybe. I had bad
In my
ears.
ear.
Yeah, I had bad ears too. I got that also, just to break up the wax or soothe the nerve or whatever it was doing. The eardrum. Go ahead. Let's try your mic now.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check. Check.
Pretty choppy still, but try again.
Mic check, mic check.
You're going with what you were saying. I think it's better.
Yeah, so the olive oil in the ear and stuff with a cotton ball, repeat twice a day. So once when you wake up and once when you go to bed.
And what does that do?
When you put olive oil in your ear, it's instantly soothing and you no longer have the wind blowing, causing pain. So the child is instantly soothed, and after a few days, my experience, I didn't have any more earache. Now, that's not medical advice. It's just my own experience.
I'll back that up. I had terrible ears when I was growing up, and they did that to me too. I mean, it was definitely whatever. I didn't know. I didn't know what it was doing. I'm just know that it helped. Like I couldn't tell you if it was breaking up the wax and relieving pressure or whatever an earache is. It was helping that in whatever way it was doing. But that the warm olive oil definitely was something that my mom and my grandmother used on my ears.
That's funny when you go to, get something over the counter and you tell them your child has an earache, they might mention sweet oil. And so when you go over and you find sweet oil on the shelf, it's like 2-ounce bottle. And you look on the back and the ingredients is olive oil, of course. so yeah, just go get you a big bottle of extra virgin olive oil or olive oil. It works just the same.
Can I be heard?
If you were trying to talk before that, no.
No, right now I'm trying to talk.
But now we hear that.
So there's a recipe in the Bible for anointing oil, and it talks about calamus as one of the ingredients. Calamus is a known poison, so the Most High God wouldn't let something like that slip into his Bible. So I believe that it's cannabis is the correct ingredient, and everything else is correct. So
I think it's
something
called
like
cannabism. I think is the reference. So saith according to Uber Josh. I don't know. Sounds like cannabis though.
Yeah, don't we still use calamine lotion though for like poison oak and such?
Yeah, we still use a lot of natural stuff in the pharmaceutical industry. They just don't want you to be able to, make your own colloidal silver, because you can make that for pennies on the dollar. But if you're a diabetic and, you got a wound, they want you to come get their silver, right? Because they can charge you out the wazoo for their silver, and they don't want you to make your own. So also another great thing, hyperbaric chamber with like pure oxygen. That stuff is like a miracle.
I find cures in the Bible, but yeah, I'm with you.
My wife was introduced to essential oils when my kids were doing high level gymnastics, and it was, I mean, like a godsend.
Yeah,
that stuff is amazing. Now they've kind of industrialized it, so it's expensive, but you can actually, if you do your due diligence, you can make your own.
Yeah.
And I mean, incredible.
What was different blends of it, or just like straight up like essential oils of some kind?
Well, when she discovered it, she was buying it from a certain company, and some things were different, right? You would put a drop on your tongue, or one behind your ear, or rub something on your, wrist or in your hands, whatever. It was different, right? Each one was different, but as far as I will tell you, it worked for us like 100%. We still use it. Like I haven't had a prescription drug in like 25, 26 years now. Like
yeah, there's natural remedies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. There's natural remedies to any kind of prescription drug you can get. And
It
back
goes
to what
back
Hank
ways.
said, Larry said, that reminds me of the attack on fat back in the 70s. They were advertising, zero fat diets, demonized butter, and then all the people got Alzheimer's because they didn't have enough fat to maintain their brain. Now they're selling them all kinds of medications because of that, and they're going to give you cholesterol medication to lower your cholesterol, and then you get Alzheimer's. Now they have all kinds of medication for that. Okay, I made my point.
Well, I don't know if it's on purpose, but it does seem to be profit driven, right? I think they would have to know, these chemists, that are doing this, have to know that one is going to lead to the other. I mean, because they put you on several at a time. Because you're taking this, your blood pressure is going to rise. You have to take blood pressure medicine. Because you're on blood pressure medicine, you have to take this because, of this. So, you just have
People
to
have like
use
we've like totally disconnected people from like herbal understanding or how to use anything.
it's fought against, right? It's
Yeah,
just like all the other
witch
stuff.
doctor shit. Yeah.
Right. It's like even like massage therapy, or like some of the Asian acupunctures and stuff like that
Yeah.
is totally taboo here in the States for a long time. Now it's getting a little more relaxed, but I can tell you that works too. I mean, if I would have went to the doctor every time I had a back problem or a neck problem, or my kid sprained an ankle, or
Right.
had a
Well,
bad injury, instead of going to do acupuncture or something like that, I can't tell you how many medications they would have been put on.
yeah, because like a massage can only like treat muscles, but like nerves and stuff, like acupuncture can kind of deal with that. And if you don't deal with those kinds of things, then it's like you're just going to suffer through it, or drug yourself out, or try and see if a chiropractor is going to solve it, but they probably won't. And then whatever a chiropractor does is pretty temporary. Massage and like some exercise is good, that you can recuperate when you do that.
Stretching, I've been told, and I'm not diligent, but when I was stretching and doing what I was told to do by massage therapists and things like that, I totally felt better. But I can see it in the people that were diligent, like my kids. I mean, they were training 6 days a week, on national teams. Injuries were just a way of life, right? It's just, you train that much, you're going to get injured. And doing all those things besides going to the doctor. Now, we had an orthopedic surgeon that had his kids in gymnastics that we're best friends with, right? I'm still good friends with him. And he was like, yeah, don't come, you don't need to come to me. You're doing the right thing. And he, his kid would do what we were doing instead of going to the office. See what I'm saying? Unless something was broke, or, whatever, they know, these doctors know, they need to make a living, and people want a quick fix, right? I'm the same way. I mean, when I'm sick, I want to just take that magic pill, but I don't. I know time heals. I know your body will heal itself a lot of the times with giving it time, and maybe some extra help with whatever there's magnetic treatments out there that increase blood flow. But the point is, the blood getting to that area more often and with better blood, like with a better nutrition and exercise and all that blood will take care of that problem.
Right. It's like, what are all these organs? What are they for? Yeah, they're doing all these processes. Like if you need, like, your master filter is your liver. That's like your liver. It's like it's definitely a big part of it. So, like, yeah, if that's not kicking off right, man, you gotta treat it some other kind of way. Or if you get like inflammation there, then it's gonna like swell up on other shit and cause like pressure and stuff. So yeah, so a lot of the Chinese medicine's about moving the heat away. Like, that's primary. Like, take the heat out the kitchen, or else you can cook yourself. What's up?
I was listening to Thunderbolt's project like a few years back, and the guy was talking about the polarity of our organs, how it gets flipped, and sometimes it's like 0. And he was talking about this place in Texas where they couldn't practice medicine, so they just made it like a private association where you like join a private club. And he was basically saying that what they do is they flip the polarity on your organs and get the electrical circuitry working again through like chiropractic medicine and other techniques, I guess. And I've never had any problems with any of my organs, so I don't really think about it much, but kind of want to go back and find that. But I've had to watch so much freaking Thunderbolts project just to find that one guy and what he was talking about.
I'm really into this red light therapy. I'm a big believer in super red light, full spectrum red light. Increases healing factor, gives you Wolverine like healing factor. I'm just kidding. That's not that good.
Do you think that a campfire, like sitting next to a campfire, has all the same things as red light therapy?
It's got something like that. Something's going on like that.
Fires, usually would be depicted as red light. That campfire light, cozy.
It's in that heat infrared spectrum that what's making you warm from the campfire is some kind of energy that's it like makes your mitochondria work better. It increases your testosterone, and it helps you recuperate at a faster rate.
I wonder often.
Yeah.
The natural cycles of life, right? Like that's why I try and go barefooted as much as I can, walk on the beach or the ground. I just think, the natural, cycle of life will take care of itself if you let it. I think we just put boundaries that block it, including rubber sole shoes. There's no coincidence that our shoes are made out of rubber.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah,
well,
I think
it is very functional. I mean, nothing better to grip the pavement than some good old rubber. So it's like a coincidence.
Foot friendly. It's not designed to be foot friendly pavement.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But, rubber is a great thing to put on the bottom of a shoe for just like practical function's sake. Run faster, jump higher.
Oh, I agree with that. I'm just saying that's part of it, right? But I think if people went barefooted more, I don't think they would be as sick, is my point. Now, that's just my belief. You understand what I'm saying? I think that may block some of the.
Yeah, I feel you on the electromagnetism side of it all. Yeah, I'm with you there. Just because it's a useful tool doesn't mean we should be using it so often.
But there's
like disconnecting ourselves from grounding.
There's like microorganisms all over the ground and the soil, and like you can kind of get acclimated to your general biome. So like you're kind of like more protected from invasive things happening. But your voltage like zeroing out, I think that's got that's playing a role in somehow like just use like that energy exchange is like scours the body with some free electric that like kills like oxygen reactive species in the body. So I think it's good. It just like keeps bacteria down, just moving around like, and sunlight. So all of them in conjunction, like generally pretty good.
I agree with you on the sunlight. I just think you're getting it through the earth also. I think the sunlight is being absorbed through the ground, and then you can retrieve that.
So like everything's getting, yeah, well, like you're part of that charge flow. So I think even the earth charge is going to, like, the resistance of the earth changes like throughout the day with sunlight as well. So like there's like this big like circuit you get part of. But you know, yeah, just the idea of grounding and being barefoot is like, it puts you like in direct contact in that circuit.
I've seen something like a field around your body too. Like before I got into all this, it seems like, you know, there's this magnetic field or this electrical field around your body.
Yeah,
Does anybody know
I'm not
anything
so
about
sure
that?
about the science, but yeah, it's like
That just
Kirlian
triggered me to
photography.
think about.
Talking about Kirlian photography.
I don't even remember what it was. I can just see the diagram in my vision, you know, with a man standing up, and there's like these, it's going around his body, this field, you know, it's going over the top of his head instead of going through him, is what I remember. I was wondering if anybody else had
I don't know.
seen any of it.
Got to be careful with the research into Kirlian photography. There's some legit stuff, but a lot of it, especially like if you see a stand at the mall that says like aura photography, it's really not using as advanced of a device as necessary, and it's a con artist scheme. It's basically just a mood ring where they're just measuring like the temperature of your palm and your fingertips and stuff, and then they like overlay a layer of colors, sort of a mood ring layer on top of your photograph, and pretend like it's some sort of colorful aura around your portrait photograph of yourself. But it requires something much different than just an ordinary camera and some sensors you place your hands on to really do the proper Kirlian photography.
Platypus was just here.
One other interesting thing I did way back when was I played a lot of golf and had a lower back issue at the time, and someone introduced me to a company called Nikan. It was actually products that were patented through NASA, but it was magnetic products. You would put magnetic soles in your shoes. You would, if you had a bad back, they made a part that would, you know, a plate that would go in your back and your belt line. If you had a bad knee, you could put a part on your knee that would have magnetics and some other type of
It was
other
Nikan magnet.
Yeah, Nikan, yeah. I've mentioned it before, but it just increased the blood flow to that area and would keep you loose and do whatever the blood does. There was another part of that company that was some type of material that they used, they said, in their spacesuits that would allow heat to come, like it was heat and cold, like it would keep you warm in the winter and cold in the summer type thing. So you could wear a wrap around your knee during the heat of the summer and you wouldn't sweat in that area. Or you could wear it during the winter. And they made like pillows, sheets, and, you know, parts for your elbow and wrist and whatever. That was pretty neat. But it was called Nikan and it was developed by NASA.
So how do I ask you guys a question of actual advice without this getting censored on YouTube for like medical advice from non-professionals? Just like, don't worry about it, or this is not medical advice. Anyone, disclaimer.
Ask if we've ever had that experience or something. Or what
okay.
Use code words if you have to.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's not
talking about products and
it's
stuff
nothing
right now.
sensitive like that. I just don't want to, you know. Anyways, yeah. Good advice, Hank. So, imagining you guys had a pinched disc in your lower spine because you slipped on ice and fell on your ass. What did you do about your pinched disc?
What would you do about a pinched disc, or what would I do?
Well, you know, we're just speaking a certain way, but yeah, practically.
Like a topical pain relief would be probably first start. Some ice, maybe. I'd probably go with red light after that, but that's just me.
Maybe even Demso.
I probably wouldn't go for that right away. Maybe something that was like really chronic or something. Really
what's
bad.
Demso?
DMSO.
DMSO. Yeah.
It's pretty.
That's
can
more
be
for like
dangerous too.
It that can be a little bit weird to play around with. But for like muscle like liniment, I think it's pretty effective that way.
I actually live with a pinch disc. It's kind of permanent for me. And,
I would try like you ever use like arnica? Anything with arnica is pretty good. It's like a natural herb.
You just stepped on someone. You might have them turned down, but the person who has it, yeah, go ahead. The person who has a pinch tip, yes.
Yeah. So I actually live with a pinch disc. This is from my military service. Been having it for decades, or not decades, but it's going on 2 decades already. The only way I can cope with it is doing kind of like a squats with some light weights to keep my balance. I do a slow squat, but I don't do repetitions. I hold my posture, and that helps to strengthen the surrounding tissue.
Right. Yeah, I listened to this professional wrestler say the same stuff, that the only way he can mitigate the pain is by having like a rigorous yoga routine or Pilates or whatever. Yeah, definitely strengthening the area is a good step.
Your posture, the way you walk, everything.
I only do it for like 5 minutes, maybe 2 days out of the week, and only when it's needed. Because several days after doing the exercise, then the strength keeps me lasting for a couple weeks at least without any back pain.
Perhaps that's just blood flow, like the guys were saying earlier. Just getting my blood to that area.
You need to do cardio for overall circulation. Cardio 10 minutes.
The alternative is to climb stairs, but don't go downstairs. Take the elevator down, and don't go downhill.
Okay. And by the way, this is
you're putting an impact on your lower back when you go down. If you go up, you're stretching.
Yeah. You want to minimize impact, but you want to like have like some kind of therapy that does like holding. I think it's called something under I forgot the name of it. Something under tension. You keep the tissue under tension to strengthen it.
You're stretching it the whole time. If you're going upstairs, you probably got your neck, your head pointed up a little more, and that's putting tension on your lower back. Just kind of feel around and move your neck, you move your lower back, but the less impact, and then keeping that tension on there as you circulate, as you move. That probably helps. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and avoid running downhill, because that's kind of what helped destroy my back in the first place. Running downhill, I think that like you're slamming your heels on the ground, and that's like doing a lot of shock. And that's just
if your back's destroyed, believe me, you're not going to be able to run downhill.
Oh, he's saying that's how he hurt us.
It helped ruin it. I mean, my disc is kind of crushed on one side, and there's no fix for it except to get surgery to fuse the discs together, but that has a risk of its own.
Try some traction, some post-isometric relaxation. There's many things you could do, even in your diet. Pineapple. I mean, there's so many things you can do, but yeah, you've had a lot of good info.
Yeah, my discs is fine, but it's for someone I care about. But yeah, the advice about like running is good, but not downhill. So like maybe some hill climbing or some steps at the gym, something that makes a lot of sense for strengthening the area. And Yeah, probably like the other guy said, probably some like topical creams or something. I know a really good one called like what is it called? Uh, yeah, I forget. I have it in my cabinet. We use it sometimes. It's our go-to sort of pain relief lotion. It works extremely well.
Actually, I was under the impression that running at all was really bad. Statistically, running is just doesn't matter uphill, downhill at all. It's just running is extreme wear and tear on your knees, no matter what it is.
It's much better
Actually,
to
the
go
best
to the
exercise
beach
you
than
could
going in the water.
possibly do, actually, the best exercise you could possibly do would be like swimming. Swimming is not only a full body exercise, so you're getting more than your legs, but you're not stressing any of your crucial joints.
Yeah, you're right about the swimming. It probably is the healthiest exercise there is.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so I was not recommending doing any running. I was just saying that if you ever have to run, just at all costs avoid running downhill. Is what I was trying to get at with the running part.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll pass that on. Yeah, maybe the cold laser, red light or something too on that area of the spine probably be beneficial.
Yeah, the cool thing about, if I can just say real quick about the red light, is that like if you use it on that area, it strengthens the muscle fibers around there. It seems to, for me anyway. As well, it's like a little bit like it takes a little bit of pain away somehow as well. And especially for like it kind of is at least penetrating probably about 4 inches through your tissue. So I don't know, just kind of chills things out and it helps rebuild it. So I think for like maybe something like in the back, it's good. You know, the more back strength you have, the less stress you're putting on the spine and all that cartilage and all that stuff. But I don't know. I've had pretty bad back problems myself in the past, but I'm fine. Knock on wood.
Nah. Yeah, thanks guys. Think I got some good stuff from you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, another thing to look into if you're looking for things of that nature. Just look up orthobionomy and research on that.
Bionomy. That sounds super futuristic.
It's not really futuristic. It's an old technique, and instead of using traction, what you do is you get the joint, or if it's your knee or your elbow, whatever, wherever the joint is. If you're having problems there, you would get it in the most relaxed position, the most comfortable position, and you would compress the joint instead of tractioning the joint. And you just hold that for a while, and once you go back to a range of motion, you'll have more range of motion immediately. And basically what it's doing is, increasing blood flow and the things you guys were speaking of. And again, when you're talking about carpal tunnel and increasing blood flow, if you have an injury and you have inflammation, you don't want to use heat. But if you're going to use a therapy like hot to cold, some people, if they have issues with carpal tunnel, they may fill up one side of the sink with warm water and the other side with ice water. And you always kind of start with cold and end on cold. You never end on heat because, of course, that's just going to bring more inflammation. And what you want to do is increase the blood flow.
Yeah, and like I don't know, if you're into your 40s, you're probably making like less collagen naturally, so it's a decent thing to supplement yourself with if you're I don't know, putting your putting your body under a lot of stress physically. Kind of like got to rebuild yourself, so you got to like just like nutrify, get that going on. Collagen. It's what's for breakfast. Collagen, the other white powder. Yeah. Said paid for by the National Collagen Council. Yeah, but I think it's pretty interesting. If anybody wants to talk about the magnets, is that past? That's totally gone. That ship sailed. But magnet effect on the body, ability for it to move blood around. That's pretty interesting. Interesting shit there. But blood shouldn't really be magnetic, should it? It's not a metal.
Well, hemoglobin contains iron, but the question is that iron magnetic or not?
I mean, I guess it reckoned on me to think of like how much blood it would take to make a whole sword out of blood, and it's so many people because like it's such a small concentration, and it's not in like a metal form. So like to transition it over to the metalloid compound or form of it, it's you're gonna like lose some in the transition of that too. So it's a very, very small amount. It's just like it's interesting that it's enough that like a subtle magnetic field can affect it. Know what I mean? Right. All these like Olympians and stuff like that, and athletes got like tape on them somewhere. You saying that all could be magnet tape, and it'd be even better. They're missing out.
So the term that I was trying to remember earlier was time under tension.
Hey, is there anybody that can tell me what my roles are on here? Because somebody said I had some weird ones. Because somebody I think kind of trolled me that had mod permissions and gave me some funky roles on here.
I don't know. I don't do roles things.
Don't sweat it then. It'll get worked out in time. You guys having a mellow night? I'll come back check in with y'all later.
Good evening.
Dude, these Freemasons, I totally had these Freemason people way overestimated, dude. These guys are fucking unorganized. I mean, there might be a couple guys at the top of the shit getting. This could all be a facade for these guys to take the fall for stuff. I don't know what's going on with these people, with these Freemasons anymore. If you just came out with a list, you would raise everyone's income by like 20%. That was a Freemason. Like, oh, this guy's a dentist. We'll give him all the dental work. He'll have a huge, giant fucking dental business. You could raise your dues and shit off of this list. Your dues, you could double the dues or whatever. Anyways, totally sloppy, unorganized. I mean, I don't know what these people are doing. They got billboards up for people trying to join them and shit. I don't know. I'm not impressed. I had these people way overestimated. Check.
Hey, Whit, you see the patent that Ken Wheeler just filed?
Wit.
Hey, Gio, you on? Boy, it's quiet in here. Is this live? Maybe I should just rap. Can I get some background music? When I drop these bars of mine, planets and stars align. A prodigy like me is hard to find. But I'm well versed in that art of rhyme. Oh, I guess he's not in there. Well, if you come back or you're listening, man, read your DMs.
Hey, maybe is Witsit here? His mic's open.
Witsit.
Because Witsit might actually already know. Who knows? It
I don't
seems like
want
he's
to
been
trip
around
it.
for a
I'm trying
while.
to get Witsit. Can he spit it? I think I'll split it. I get the bass and you get the treble. Yeah, I forgot these guys are server virgins, man. Now I got to think about all the things we do to protect ours, to let them know, you know. I'm gonna go back there and listen to D-Mock, I guess. I was hoping he'd talk to that brother man. He curses people out. I sent him a DM, so he'll get it. I'll see you back over there, Brandon.
Crying from who tonight?
Chinese chicken and vegetables. Chinese chicken and rice.
Hey, Witsit, you here? No one's on. Witless has passed out on your stream again. Austin! Wake up, Austin! Alright, run away. Bye bye. That's sad. Witsit never gets it. Hello, Witsit. Hello? Hello, Witless. A dumbass twat. Boring. So Witless won't talk. He ain't even here. Fucking hilarious. What a twat.